Okay. Hello, welcome to everybody. Thank you for joining us here and also via YouTube. During the spring semester, for the first time, students sought solutions to challenges on the theme of Leave No Waste Behind within the framework of the EuroTeQ Collider project. As a result of that, we have the projects in 3 Leave No Waste Behind categories, which are cities, energy, and consumption. Today, the teams will present their results. Hopefully, we have here some of the members from EuroTeQ partner universities joining us via web. As in every partner university, the best projects by teams will be chosen to compete at EuroTeQathon on the 10th to 12th of June. Today, we will start with some of the opening words, go on with the most important part, which are the presentations, of course. Meanwhile, there is going to be a short break for us all to have a quick snack and a quick stretch. And after that, we will continue with the projects. And when the projects have finished their presentations, the jury will make their decision, and the best projects from every category will be announced as winners. And for the audience here, you can also choose the best project you like the most. There's a QR codes on your tables. You can scan it and vote for the best project in your opinion. And we will announce it in the end as well, amongst the 3 best in each category. And in the end, we will have the award ceremony. We're going to thank all the participants, and we're going to end this evening with a bit informal part as well. So I hope you enjoy. And now it's time to introduce the Vice-Rector for Academic Affairs, Hendrik Voll, for short opening greeting. Can we get a little applause? Yeah.
Hello. Is it working? It is. I can't believe it's actually happening. You know, me, Reijo Karu, who's sitting there, and also Gunnar Piho, who might join us through web, were involved with that project from the scratch. It was autumn 2018 when we got a call from a French Minister of Education who was coming to Estonia with a message. I met him in a French consulate, and he said that France has a dream. Then the dream was that European universities should be competitive again. European universities are losing ground compared to American and Asian universities. We are small, we don't cooperate enough, we need to do more. And for that, an initiative, European Universities was launched. About a month later, we got a call from the rector of the University of Munich, who invited us, TalTech, to join a very strong consortium called EuroTeQ. And that was a blessing. And that was definitely something we hadn't hoped for, because EuroTeQ consortium in Europe is probably the strongest technical universities consortium. And being a member or a partner with them is a really dream come true. So we applied for the project, and many of you don't know that in the first round we didn't succeed, but we did succeed in the second round. And now we are among other 40 consortiums who are building up their cooperation. Actually, at the moment, we are still in a starting phase, because in a year or two, there will be 24 consortiums left who would be then funded for further cooperation, and we really hope to be one of them. So the EuroTeQ project has two main big targets. One is the mobility. EuroTeQ universities altogether have 115,000 students, and the aim is that 25% of these students would be in a mobility every year. Since COVID has a little bit ruined the plans, but we have started with the online mobility and have seen some fruits there already, and we really do hope that this physical mobility will start soon, hopefully already in the autumn, but we'll see what happens in the world. And the other very great aim in the project is exactly this collider. At the moment we are doing history here because this is the really first event that is dealing with the collider. There are altogether 34 projects in 6 universities that are dealing with collider, and actually every university is picking the best one, best of the best. I'm pretty sure all the projects are good, and there will be a final between these collider projects between the universities. But this is just a start. So next year there will be a similar event, probably a different topic, and we just hope that we are building something very special here, because problem-based learning is something that TalTech wants to improve in our curriculum. So I see that my time is over, and I would like to wish good luck to all of you, and really thank you for participating, and a special thanks also for supervisors to jump in such a journey, because the first time is always the hardest. Next time it will go much smoother and better. Okay, thank you and good luck to all of you.
Thank you to our Vice-Rector of Academic Affairs, Hendrik Voll. Now I'm going to give the microphone to the next Vice-Rector, the Vice-Rector for Green Transition, Helen Sooväli-Sepping, for the keynote speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly privileged to talk here, to see you all having a dream like our Vice-Rector has had to make a sustainability challenge happen. We are looking at the 22nd century, and why the 22nd? It's because it's you who are going to create the end of the 21st century and shape the basis for the 22nd century. This challenge, Leave No Waste Behind, has focused on the 12th aim of the sustainable goal, responsible consumption and production. And if I don't have a clicker, how can I click to my next slide, please? Thank you. And what we are dealing here today is, as you as well know, 2 major crises. One is climate crisis, and the other one is biodiversity crisis. And with this easy, readable stripes, the colors of stripes, we see that the climate has been changing. It's a very simple description how it has changed within the past 100 years. We need to tackle the challenge. If we don't, then we don't know what will happen. As of now, as you all know, we live in a planet in a way that we think that we have 1.6 planets, although we have not seen the other half of the planet, which we are consuming on the daily basis. You all know that we are using more resources in the world than the planet can take, which means that it has effect on the planet and it has effect on us. Just to give you some numbers, there are 9 million deaths per year that is caused by contaminated water and soil and polluted air. And why is that? It's because we consume. We consume in a polluted way, and it has direct effect on planetary health and on our health. 9 million deaths a year, which means every 6th death in a world is because of the pollution that we create because we want to consume. And the other great challenge that we have is the circularity gap. Only 8.6% of the resources that we take from the earth has been recycled on the yearly basis. We have very good example like the Netherlands, which recycles 24.5%, but the numbers are small because we know that about 8% per year we increase our consumption. So in a way, we make the recycling we do, we make it even by consuming even more. And here is the example of our global material footprint, which has been increased by 70% within only 17 years. Why are we doing that? It's a great challenge. It's a good question that we need to answer. So, how to nudge people? How to nudge people to consume less or to consume consciously in a responsible way? And here, the answer is that you know it because you've been through the challenge, leave no waste behind. Challenging people to consume less or consume in a sustainable way is, according to the last climate panel report, one way of saving the planet. It means that not only the global corporations, not only the politicians have the responsibility of making our global footprint smaller, it is also us. But for us, for people, for ordinary people who consume goods, we need information, we need technologies, we need science-based solutions. And if you have this information, then we can make decisions and take the responsibility of using less and using things in a responsible way. So I have huge expectations from you, the future decision makers, as you are, future engineers, that you have the power to nudge people, you have the power to nudge us to make more responsible choices. Once again, congratulations on finishing the course, and we are all very excited to see your results. Thank you.
So, thank you to Vice-Rector of Green Transition. Now, as we have heard some great speeches, we move on to the most important part of the event, which are the projects. But before that, I want to introduce the jury of today's event. So the members of the jury are Sven Illing, who is the Vice-Rector for Entrepreneurship and representative of the EuroTeQ Work Package 3, Talk the Talk, Walk the Walk working group. Then we have Helen Sooväli-Sepping, who is the Vice-Rector of Green Transition. We have Sten Närm, who is the chairman of the student body of the Student Union of TalTech. And we have Ave Ungro, who is development manager of Skills System Estonian Qualifications Authority and representative of TalTech partners. Now it's time to start with the teams and their projects. We will start with the area of cities, in which we have 5 projects. Before every category, we will show a short video to introduce the topic. So let's see the video.
Hello, this is Ralf Martin Soe from TalTech. I'm founding director of Finnish Center for Smart Cities and also senior research fellow. And here I'm trying to invite you to participate in this waste challenge, thinking about the cities and especially the smart cities. And I'm iterating a bit what could be the connection between smart cities and waste challenge, or leaving no waste behind as a goal as well. Although I have not been working directly with that domain, and I have been working mainly with the domain of smart cities, I would say that smart cities in general has went through like 4 different ways of definitions as well. And then I would try to narrate this a bit with concept of leaving no waste behind, important for your waste challenge. So in the first case, smart cities aim to digitalize several processes within cities, and I think in terms of waste collection that has been quite successful. So a lot of processes, both from industry side, from citizen side, have been digitalized, and there's less kind of paper-based approach as such, and papers themselves have been opted out from a process, which is a very good target that we have achieved, at least in several developed cities. The second one, there has been a lot of hype and a lot of expectations, is IoT cities. But in the process of waste collection, but there are already several sensors that help to optimize the process. But on the other hand, we can say that it hasn't been achieved so far on the kind of city level, meaning that it could actually affect the demand of a waste collection process as well. That has been predicted that for example, if you have some sensors in your local recycle bins, that the car picking up that one doesn't need to come exactly on the schedule, but based on the actual demand. And this is something that definitely could be something for you to brainstorm as well, how to make it happening. The third wave, I would say, is where we are at the moment. It's called green cities. In the European level, this target of net cities, especially the first 100 to achieve by 2030, is a big goal. And in terms of waste connection, here we're talking about reduced transport, reduced energy, but also circular economy, and thinking about more on the process as well, how to be more sustainable. And also another part is important to protect the greener areas. And then we're going to a fourth point. I would say that in this third one also a lot of progress have been made, and a lot of even waste sorting as such is one of a positive example of it. But now we come to the future, that we talk about happy cities, people-centered cities. And the question to you is that how do you see it from a waste management process as well? How to nudge individuals, citizens, to think differently their own processes, their own personal habits, and how to really kind of work more with behavior changes as well. So thank you very much and good luck with this challenge.
So here you saw a short introduction video in cities. So now we're going to start with our projects. And a quick info for all the presenters as well. You all have 5 minutes to present, and when 4 minutes is done, you will hear a little bell noise, so you know you have only 1 minute left. So the first team will be Team Sight Vision, who are Risto Vahenurm from Open University and Rene Algivi from Business Information Technology Master's Studies. Let's give a round of applause for them.
Yes, hi. I'm Risto, and this is Sight Vision. Did you know that construction projects usually take 20% longer than we are planning them? Why is it happening all over again? The reason is actually there are changes every day at construction site, and we are dealing with change management. And this is not an easy task. So we are lacking timely overview from a construction site daily basis. Secondly, the progress tracking is time-consuming. For example, if I take a photo of this building, another side of this building, and I miss some kind of information from this building, I actually need to go back and make another picture. So this is a waste of time and pretty annoying, I guess, as well. And thirdly, the information is fragmented. It means that often construction data is not centrally structured, it's not organized, and also there is might be that the construction teams don't even have access to the centralized information. So we have a solution for site-eyed software, and we are going to solve it with two parts. The first is capturing 360 photos and videos, and the second is we're going to bring some data analytics on top of that to bring value to the decision making. Let's take the capturing first. So you can attach your 360 camera into your helmet. You can start to walk or recording pictures or video with the mobile phone. Then you take the walk at the construction site and then just upload them and you will get comparable results. If you do that constantly, for example, weekly, every Friday, you will get, as you see on the left-hand side, you will get your real-time vision of your construction site. What is the reality? If you have a 3D model from your design, then you can compare straight away, and this is a really early benefit what you can get from that. Let's jump into the analysis part. The first thing is progress tracking. The idea of this is you see exactly what is done. For example, on this picture, orange part, you know exactly that ceiling is 80% done. The next is material. For example, how do I know that this gypsum board, this material, is how many square meters do I have installed into the wall? Is there some kind of leftovers, some kind of waste? Where is this waste located? Is it still lying on this floor, or is it somewhere where it should actually be on construction site? We could also do this kind of analytics. And also site safety. It can happen that if the worker comes into the site and finds, oh, there is an obstacle, I cannot do my task. So there is a lot of waiting time, what is also waste in construction. There are companies who are focusing on capturing. So the main focus of Sight Vision is to look into the analytics part. So we'll look into the image recognition, but also how much waste, material waste there actually is. The next step would be to make some tests on capturing, but also to collect data and run some tests on there as well. The ambition is to be the most reliable decision-making assistant for construction sites. Who are the stakeholders? Actually, construction companies, but also facility managers and insurance companies benefit from this solution. Yes, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions for the team? Do we have maybe a question from the jury?
It does work. Right. The key in early stages is the team, and could you tell more about the team and then also how far you are actually in technology development, and how far are you with the idea?
Yes, thank you for the question. At the first part, the team, we actually made a pivot. There is another idea what we drove out. There is actually two ideas what we present. So this is a proof of concept at the moment to answer this. And it's a team of two, but this is something that is a real need. And for me personally, coming from the industry, this is what we have to look into this area anyway. So we are, this is probably what we're going to continue as well in some sort of team in after the course. I believe so, yeah.
All right, now it works. So my question is regarding the stakeholders and the future users of your idea. So have you already talked with the potential stakeholders, especially the construction companies? Is this solution something they see that they would be using in the future? You mentioned that they are already doing the visualization of their sites, but do you know, is site vision something that would solve their problems? Have you talked with them about it?
Yes, thank you. As I'm working in one of the construction companies, there is a definitely need for having this overview. So this capturing is, I'm not aware that it's someone is doing it in Estonia or doing it in Estonia, but in Europe and Northern America, the capturing companies, there are some. But actually to build top of that, so the capturing is one part, but actually how to get insights for decision making, and you need to have it really fast, because otherwise, if you don't have timely information, it's already gone. So you need to have this, and this is the area what there is a really strong need based on the company where I work. Yeah.
And next question would be about usability of this. So can it be extended? So for example, not only construction sites, maybe there is a potential for security systems or some sort of like other.
Yes, absolutely. For example, one good example would be your area to use is fire safety. So if you have already existing building and you were looking, where are the extinguishers, fire extinguishers? And to map those. So facility management area is also one of the potential sectors that would benefit from the same technology, same capturing, and also same analytics, so or similar analytics. So this can be used in both sectors. So during the construction, but also later that you manage the whole building. I hope it answered the question.
Thank you.
Security as well. Yeah.
Do we have maybe any questions from the audience? You can just raise your hand if you have a question, and then the microphone will run to you. Oh, we have one question from here, from the jury.
I have another question, a simple one. How much time do you save with your decision tool?
I can answer you only with the capturing part, for example. If it takes me 15 minutes, if it's a large construction site, and it takes me 15 minutes to go to the other side and then come back, and if I miss something, I only use capturing, I already save 30 minutes of one site manager's time. And this is quite expensive. You can put quantitative numbers behind that, so you can get some figures out. I don't have exact figures for you now, but you will save this time, but you could do something more beneficial just walking around. You do it only once and you have all the information.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you one more time to Sight Vision. Let's give a round of applause for them.
Thank you.
And next team who will present will be BuildMate. And there is actually only one member, who is Carlos Omar Rascado Moreno, and I hope I pronounced it correctly, who is from PhD Civil Engineering. And the next team will be Green Up. So let's give a round of applause for Carlos.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here. So as I was introduced before, I'm Carlos Omar. I belong to the PhD in Civil Engineering department. And often one of the complaints and areas of opportunities I hear from my colleagues and my classmates are mainly three areas of opportunities. The first one is there is this need of online monitoring of what is happening on the construction site. Just to give you an example, we want to know if Wall 1 is ready or not. And if you want to know that, you need to either call someone to ask about it or just go to the construction site. But I mean, we are in the 21st century. It shouldn't be a tool just to track it more easily. Also, there is this need of data management. And by data management, I'm saying that all the information from previous projects, it's just living apart. So let's say we have project 1, and then we move forward for project 2. This information from project 1 is missing, which leads me to the next area of opportunity. The decisions basically are taken based on experience of the users. But there isn't like a well-developed tool to take better decisions and to rely in more scientific and statistics data. So today I would like to present BuildMate. And BuildMate is meant to be your construction tracker. And the idea of construction tracker is similar to a fitness tracker. So you have your smartwatch, and with your smartwatch you can watch your progress in your workout, how many calories you have burned, and so on. And BuildMate is meant to be the same tool, but you will track data from the construction site, such as time, tasks that has been done, and also the idea is to have BuildMate in the center to centralize all the information so the manager can give input, can read the input, and the workers themselves also can report that Wall 1 is ready, and so on. So BuildMate is supposed to gather all this information, and on top of that, we are also attempting to provide building information modeling, which is basically have these images, these pictures of the construction, how it's looking. So just to give you a brief example of how BuildMate is meant to work, is you have an app. It's meant to be minimalistic and friendly user, and we want to know about the task, the deliverables. As I mentioned before, we have the task. We want to see which wall is ready or not, and this is the BIM visualization. Okay, so there are 4 walls that need to be done. Then I can call the person in charge, what is happening with these walls, and so on. So the market opportunity, it's quite big because it's the construction site, and I'm not going to go too in depth about the market opportunity, but instead I would like to mention that the idea behind BuildMate is to start collaborating with interested companies in Tallinn, and then grow up from that, scale up to another cities, and then conquer the Baltics, then Europe, and so on. Just to summarize the idea of BuildMate, we are trying to address the issue of no data learning and a slow information flow by better decision-making flow, centralized data, BIM visualization, and yeah, in order to avoid previous mistakes, so learn from the experience and so on. And so we are trying to attempt to do this by an app subscription, and also offer some training of personnel and personalized features based on the relationships with the companies. So the team, we used to have a civil engineer, who was in charge of all these main issues that we are trying to address. We used to have an IT software developer. We are actively looking for one. And I myself, I'm a mechanical engineer, and I'm behind all the optimization and statistics process. Thank you very much. If you have any questions or you would like to collaborate, feel free to contact me.
Does the jury have any questions for Carlos?
Yeah, I didn't understand. Could you go back to the market size? How come the market size is so big? Okay. So could you explain how did you reach to those?
At least for the time, this market size is that big because it's globally and it involves all the construction activities itself, so it's not very narrow. It's just an estimate from a report.
I didn't quite understand about the part of the wasting materials. How do you solve actually with this solution? Can you please elaborate that?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. It's really interesting because, I mean, many waste from the construction site came because normally there is an, as I have learned, normally people buy more material that they need. So there is kind of an oversize of the materials that is needed. And with BuildMate, this tool, by building some sort of statistics, you can have more accurate quantities of how much material you need, so you will try to avoid waste. Is that any clear?
One quick question from my side. The construction industry definitely needs innovation, so great that you are working in this field. But how did you get this idea, and how many customers have you talked to? Have you already validated with more than one potential customer?
So this idea basically came from our course on startup entrepreneurship, and during this course we were exposed to different challenges, and one of the challenges was from a construction company, Nordecon, and they basically listed all these issues that we are trying to address with BuildMate. So, and apart from that, there is also other companies from the same course that we talked to, but I wouldn't list more than 3.
Okay, thank you, Omar. Do we have any more questions, maybe from the audience? Or does Jerry have more questions?
Yeah, I still don't get it, how you reach this market size. Is this, you know, is this a construction, like a total construction market in Estonia? Or, you know, if you put it like this, that there is 1 billion is Estonian market size. This, so you're going to make how much of that market you expect to get? You know, what's your revenue that you would expect to have?
I definitely need a lot of guidance in this part, but the idea is to develop the tool as we grow. So the first stage would be to actually have something to sell properly that works and that fits the needs of the customer, and then scale up from that.
Okay, I think you need to take a look on the market size, but otherwise, you know, market size is super important for investors, so so it makes sense to bring it out.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give another round of applause for Carlos. And during this time, we also had one more jury member join us. So let's all make a round of applause for also Kaisa Hansen, who is the Startup Manager and Technology Transfer Officer. And now we have a next team coming up who is Green Up, and which contains members as Ahmed Nazar, Saur Shukorov, Francisco Tienda Resendes, and Rinel Pius, who are all studying masters in environmental engineering and management. So let's give a round of applause for them.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ahmed, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how to manage our waste efficiently. First, I have a question, if you don't mind. Can you raise your hand if you separate your household waste? I think I'm talking to the wrong crowd because all of you are environmental people. So unfortunately, the average person here in Estonia generates around 400 kilograms per year in household waste, only 25, which equals to 6 people in weight, or 1 camel. And we only separate 25%. So despite of all of our efforts, we're only separating 25% of this huge amount. That's 1.5%, by the way. And what happens to the rest of the mixed waste? Well, mixed waste is so difficult to, and sometimes impossible to separate. So what happens? It goes into landfill or incineration. And unfortunately, going to the landfill will produce soil contamination and groundwater contamination, in addition to incineration, which will cause a huge amount of emissions related to a huge amount of impact on the human health. So what is our solution? Our solution is to create a community of people who are environmentalists and trying to help the environment. And we are trying to connect them, and through that, we will motivate them to separate their household waste. So what are they supposed to do? First of all, they have to sign up with us, learn how to separate the different categories of waste if they don't already know, and we will come up and collect their waste from their doorstep, and they are going to get rewards, and they can see how much CO2 emissions they have offset. So after conducting a few surveys around users and experts and some investors, we have come up with the initial demo for our application. This is the landing page. You can see how to sign up, and in the far right, you can see the home page that you can see different kinds of categories of waste that you have to separate, or you can separate, and tutorial and statistics buttons as well. So what will happen that you can monitor your progress in different aspects of your current household waste, like glass or paper or anything like that, and we motivate people through the leaderboard that you can see your neighborhood, how much your neighbor is separating their waste, and can you do more? Is it enough that you're doing it? And finally, we have the rewards that can motivate people at least a little bit. Maybe they can get like movie tickets or a brand new car. It will be based on our investors' ideas. It will not be any cars. Finally, we will have the habits page. These articles will be renewed on daily basis, and the tutorials on how to separate the waste based on our program. And we strive to grow more and more to go to other fields like construction waste and industrial waste as well. Our business model first stage, we are going to integrate with the current collection companies. So our pitch to them that we are going to produce less mixed waste for them to dispose or to separate, and introduce new stream of revenue coming from the new recyclable material, which is around 3 million euros. But the other environmental aspect that we have offset a huge amount of CO2 and a huge amount of contamination that we cannot be able to calculate, and the damage will be irreversible as well. So this is our team. We couldn't find any good pictures, but those guys. We have Francisco, our financial guy, Zaur, media and consulting, and Renel, who watching us hopefully from home, our marketing researcher guy. So finally, our message is that our waste is wasted. We manufacture a lot of stuff and then discard it, and we manufacture more stuff without any concern for the environment. But if we look at the waste as a renewable resource, it will never end. We will always produce waste, but we can at least reuse it again to have a circular economy, hopefully, one day. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ahmed and Green Up. Do we have any questions from the audience or Jerry? Oh, I can see that Jerry already has.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Ahmed. Definitely a big problem to tackle. Did I understand correctly that your customers are recycling factories and collection companies?
Yeah.
Have you talked to any of them?
We have contacted both of them. That's we are studying in our courses about the whole waste management process. So we have an idea about how it goes. But the problem with the environmental stuff that if the status quo is the same, no one's trying to move around it. So what we are trying to do is trying to motivate the collection companies to help us. How are we going to do this? By subscribers. We are trying to get as much people as we can to join us, and then we can approach the collection companies and say we have like 500 subscribers. We will produce you this amount of revenue. Please consider us in. Basically, they will not change anything. They will just change a little bit in their routes to accommodate our newly recyclable material so they can collect it.
Okay, and are they also paying something for you?
No, they are not paying.
But
We get the money from the recycling material that we provide them. So they should take some money and give us operation costs. That's it.
Okay, and are they willing to do that? Or what's the benefit for them?
The benefit from them, they are going to get recycling material. They can sell it and get money out of it. And then they can give us a small portion for our operation costs. And this is actually our first stage. Second stage, we are trying to establish our own infrastructure for collection. But as you know, it's a really expensive and extensive process. So we're starting with integration with the current process, with the current operation, and then we can make our own.
Okay, so me as the end user, I will not pay anything?
No, you will not pay anything.
Okay.
You will get money out of it, like tickets, movie tickets, hopefully.
My question is regarding how you are going to get the users for the app. So we all know that younger generations are more likely to download new apps and try them out and use them day to day. So is your goal to get more and more younger and upcoming adults to use the app, or are you also planning to try to get the app to be used by older generations as well, who are not that likely to try out new things in the mobile phone?
I think that everyone is more environmentally concerned than a few years ago. So I think the older generation and the new generation are in the same level about helping the environment. So I don't think that if there is the older generation will be opposed to this, especially when you have the comparing thing which instigate the human nature to compete with each other. So yeah, we are trying to motivate both sides.
I actually encourage all the teams today to talk more about the competencies needed for the project, because this is really essential. And you mentioned the team, so is there software developing also?
No.
Somewhere, because you are actually going to need a lot of that.
Regarding the app development, we can outsource it, but the problem is
it's expensive, yeah.
It is expensive, yeah, but we think that if we are going to help the environment, we will have to put some effort into it.
And the second question is about the rewarding system. So how do you motivate rewarders to participate? Is it like a marketing scheme for them?
How to
reward system, like you mentioned the cinema.
So the reward system will be based on how much you are going to separate, and you are going to calculate the CO2 offset that you have managed to do. For example, you have separated 1 kilogram of plastics, which equals to, let's say, 0.2 CO2.
Yeah, but I meant the companies who are rewarding the good customer, the good
it will be
waste manager.
I think it's the idea sells itself for the competing the other companies. For example, if I went to a cinema or anything or another revenue like that and ask avenue like that, and I ask them to participate in our mission. I don't think they are going to mind. And first and secondly, if they didn't try, at least jump with us in the first, we can go with the small operation costs that we have to motivate people.
Thank you.
I have just a commentary. I think it's a innovative perspective that you have taken on. I mean, personal offsetting. This is where the world is moving right now, and this is one way of nudging people. So I encourage you to carry on with your project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you to Ahmed and Green Up. Let's give a round of applause for them.
Thank you, everyone.
So the next one in the category of cities, we have Hammerfly. And Hammerfly team members are Grete Eensalu, Gert Mänd, Kevin Kiil, and Lenar Valk, who are all studying masters in business information technology. And the next team after them will be Bildao. Okay, let's give a round of applause for Hammerfly.
I'm Kevin, and today I'm going to talk about Hammerfly. So the problem what we have is that time and competence tracking on the construction sites is very messy business. If you for example, take a construction worker, then time reporting to the manager is usually a separate task they need to do. And also for a manager, it is very hard to see some valuable input in the time reports, and they have to do it as an extra task to manage all the data that's given for them by the time reports. But also the background of it is that they're going to have a problem if their attitude remains the same, because in 2023 in October, the law will obligate them to report time more accurately and all the hours that's spent on the construction sites, also the qualification of them. In solution, we have automated time tracking system that is combined with gates that we're going to set up on the construction sites, and also the web application which does all the data management, so that if, for example, a construction worker is going to the site, then through a phone or card, he will just register himself and identify that, how would you say, our web application gets the input from that. And so the manager afterwards, he can easily, our application filters out all the needed data for the manager, and the manager can easily send those reports to the government. From the marketing research, we have done that our main customer would be a subcontractor, and we would connect our marketing with those articles that are around this law obligation, so that we will find those subcontractors, head contractors who are going to need it, so that we can offer them. We have done our initial operating plan, which involves all the stakeholders to prevent that all the web application itself and how the data management will be is actually according to their needs. It will be done as a project because of limited resources and time. We will use HR framework principles, and yes, I would like to point out that if we don't involve stakeholders like the subcontractors and all the construction companies, then we would probably miss the overall and important key points. Our team consists of 4 students from TalTech Business IT Masters, And we have our work experience and knowledge to, make this project as efficient as possible. And in summary, I would point out that time tracking is actually, we all agree that the time tracking is something that is very valuable for construction companies. But if it's too difficult, then we are not going to use that input. So that our application's purpose is to make it as easy as possible. So make the time tracking as it feels like there's no time tracking. So, and with that, we can, on the example of future project, we can have this more accurate planning, which will lead to the sustainable future. And also potential growth, like we have this, this construction sector has this importance of this valuable input from time tracking, so everything, it has a potential. So thank you for listening. This was Hammerfly.
Big thanks to Hammerfly. Do we have any questions from the jury? Yeah, Kaisa.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Could you guide us through the user journey? Let's say that I'm the constructor or the project manager. So what happens if I use your service? How does it work exactly?
From the solution part, I would like to mark out maybe that as a project manager, first of all, project manager needs to understand the valuable input in the data that's coming through our application, so that if project manager knows exactly how much hours and what qualification workers he had on specific projects, then he can plan those resources on future projects more accurately. And also, when we are going to talk about law obligation, then even when at the moment project manager has this, he has the time reports that are done manually by workers, he doesn't use them like he should. And when it's done automatically and he can just easily report all the data, then there will be no extra task for the manager, so we can continue like he has done work since now.
Okay, but how does it actually work at the construction site?
Mm-hmm. I had the same question. I don't understand what automatic means.
I can paint the big picture then. I'm a construction worker. I'm going to the site. One of the alternatives is that I don't have a mobile phone which is good enough with the location service. So I go there, there's a gate, I will validate myself, I will go in, and the system got the input that I am on the site. And afterwards, when I come out, I have to swipe the card again, then I'm out. Then they know the company 123 OU is on the site for 8 hours, for example. But the better thing is that if you have a good enough phone, then you just go to the construction site, the phone itself gets the input, you're on the construction site, and if you go away, it gets the another input, and then you know you're off the work.
Okay, so it just lets me know if my workers are on the site, but I won't get the info if they are actually doing something.
But what are you doing on the site if you're not doing something?
I don't know. Hanging around.
But that's a good question, because if you're on the site, for example, installing 5 windows and it takes you about 50 hours, then it raises a question, what the heck are you doing on the site? How can it take so long to install these 5 windows?
My question is once again regarding the stakeholders. I understood that there are already some kinds of solutions regarding time tracking on construction sites. Do you know how much are they used, and have you already talked with the potential stakeholders in terms of would your solution be more attractive to them than the existing solutions?
We actually have mentioned our solution for some head contractors or some specialists of head contractors, and they like the idea of automatic time tracking. For now, it's you have to push the button to start tracking time, but our solution starts automatically, and you can integrate this data to all the possible or necessary databases as you like. Our competence is to integrate it all the places you need, thanks to our IT.
I'd like to point out one difference also when we look at the existing solution is that the law obligation that will come in 2023, this, for example, in a remarked example that also does this time tracking on construction sites, they don't have this integration with the government how can I say, the registers, or they don't have this integration that it is the time reports are reported smoothly without any problems. So this is the main difference between, for example, remarked and Hammerfly.
Well, it seems to me that Remoto is doing this and a lot more, but you know this is fine. It was a regular thing with let's say the Taxify pitching that, or current pulp pitching, that you know there's one taxi app at every hackathon, and what are you doing, guys? Go for it. It's important problem to solve, and I wanted to say or compliment you that your team slide is so far the best, as I could understand that you have what competences you have in your team. They have as I can see, you know, relevant software engineering experience. You know, if you put their software engineer at Swedbank, it tells me more than if you have a name, Kevin, which you know for you means a lot, but for perhaps other jury members too, it's hard to understand what's the competences. Thanks. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give another big applause for the Hammerfly. And now we're moving on to the next presenter in this category, the last team in cities, which is Bildau, and the members are Anton Vyshevensky, Denis Sardin, who are both studying masters in cybersecurity. So let's give a big applause for them.
Okay. So yes, hello, wonderful people of TalTech. I'm Anton from Bildau, and I'm actually pretty far from construction. I'm an IT guy. You know, all these people who are trying to generalize things, to find the functions, abstractions, all this stuff, and somewhere in the space, far away from the real construction. But what I see when I'm looking to the construction projects, it's looking like the very sophisticated mechanism that is losing time and money due to this overcomplexity. And as like with every sophisticated mechanism, this is pretty hard to add some innovations to it without breaking anything, actually the same as we have in the code. Yeah? If code is very badly organized, we are getting the higher and higher price of adding new values and features. To solve this, we have a Kanban approach in the software, and probably that was the best way to deal with that. However, it's not without its weaknesses, like the blocking tasks For example, you want to place window. To do that, you need to build a wall. For wall, you need to have a floor. And for floor, you need also to put the foundation. Yeah? These tasks are blocking each other. You cannot directly go to first one without making the previous ones. And in many cases, they are also separated between different people, as well as the teams. And sometimes it requires a huge amount of communication just to figure out something. So usually if you are a typical builder that finds the block, you are going to your foreman going to the supervisor of a subcontractor supervisor going to the general contractor's manager. This manager calls to the other subcontractor supervisor. After they start to respond to each other, back. And this eats a lot of time, hours, sometimes even days. This is a huge waste of time. And in some extreme cases, the builder who actually started to ask this question is diminishing his salary. Actually, about the salary and the distribution of money. In the current vertical hierarchies, the money allocated for some work are always diminishing due to all the steps of the subcontracting. And at the end, we are receiving the least affordable, the cheapest one labor on the market that is actually doing the stuff. This is very strange to ask these people for innovation or for green tech. They don't care. They really have only one thing. They need to earn money to have food and all these things. Nobody thinks about them. I actually was some kind of this person 10 years ago when I worked for my summer money and the summer work. But you can tell, hey, Anton, we do have the situation since the time of pyramids. And this showing the most possible approach for building things. But I will tell you that actually in the software development, we had the same thing 20 years ago with all the subcontractors, outsourcers, all these different code practices from different people who are trying to combine everything in a huge mess. We solved this. And let's return to build DAO. What it means? It's about building. I think it's obvious to everyone. And DAO, that stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. So the Decentralized Autonomous Organization is the alternative hierarchy that unites people with the temporary virtual organization over the project, on the project basis, instead of the classical vertical hierarchy, that we think that this is a kind of a way to do this. And of course, it's organized by the smart contracts. Contract that is checking the properties of itself and checking how they are fulfillment to bring something like revenue sharing, for example, and measure the progress of the work. Revenue sharing actually is a very good financial motivation for the least secured people because then they know if they are working faster, they're earning higher per hour, and then they are financially motivated. In our world, the finance is the best motivator, sadly, or BuildDAO allows different specialists to create this virtual company to make the specification of the project agree with the customer how it should be measured, how it should be done, separate this to different steps to tasks, and provide the measurements how to fulfill the smart contract, and probably at the end even share the saved money between all participants, probably even with the customer as well. So we believe that BuildDAO and the DAO approach in the construction could lead to a better environment in the construction sector to receive the better results, adopt the green innovation and not only green, increase the involvement of labor, and bring the better construction future. So BuildDAO is for the better construction future and for building the better environments. Only one question. Are you with us? Thank you.
Big thank you to BuildDAO. I hope I'm now pronouncing it correctly.
Yes.
Do we have any questions from the jury?
Actually, no, not from me. More like a comment. So I am currently dealing with a construction site myself. It's our own family's little project. And even for that, it's amazing how much time, how many resources we waste because of this centralist, the problem of the process itself and about kind of like connecting the links between the different parties. And I have so much dreamt about some kind of a possibility to organize it efficiently with some sort of a I was actually thinking about some sort of a blockchain project. But like, so in that sense, my personal feeling is that this is needed, what you are doing, but maybe I didn't quite get like this detailed and very technical idea of how it's solved. But it's okay because you are still in the beginning. So, but just compliments on the necessity of this project, maybe.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding a potential prototype of the platform. So you showed us your ideas and solutions quite well on an idea basis, but have you also started to work on a prototype to kind of show something to potential investors or stakeholders?
Yes, we already started to do that. And the funny thing is that actually for that we don't need any software development at all. We're absolutely, with the lean approach, we right now building the test group where we want to test out the principal approach of the smart contracts that will be managed handily. So we are still looking for legal guys to join us. Probably in TalTech we have some talents that will want to try this out and create some kind of a flexible contract that we will handle initially by hands. And for that also we are looking for people from construction, the real workers. It's not so hard to find them, especially while we are promoting them the more revenues because we are cutting away all overheads from the money side. We have the positive feedback, but we are still in the phase of building the prototype team. And after that, we are looking to find some prototype customer who want to try this. Science works indirectly showing that the quality of this work that's done by such approach is usually better. So this also should be a motivator for a customer.
Thank you. Do we maybe have any questions from the audience as well? You can just raise your hand and the microphone will come to you. Okay, no, but Kaisa has a question.
Yeah, I would like to ask, I understand that you are providing different services, smart contracts, risk sharing and so on, and revenue sharing, but what's the focus at the moment, or what's the first service that you would like to offer?
First service is the building of the smart contract. So let's say the smart contract is the tech plus legal stuff that is allowing the contract to check itself, how it's fulfilled, and have some arbitrage stuff that allows to negotiate if something is working wrong, and to connect this to the particular tasks in Kanban board. So this will be the first iteration. And probably it will be done without the software, just to check the feasibility of such approach and making the pilot case from which we can learn what exactly we should develop further. Because, okay, for pilot, we can put in our office the tickets on the Kanban board and just trace the whole project and inform the people involved there. This actually the typical approach when we are dealing for doing the AI, we put the guy inside the machine who is doing all the work. We can do the same. And if it will be okay, then that means that this thing worth of real development.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause for Builder.
Thank you.
So that was the last team in the category of cities. But before we now go on with other topics, we're gonna take a 20-minute break to grab some snacks and to stretch a bit. Just outside the room, you can find some snacks and drinks, and we'll meet back here at 15:35. Paradoks, vaata elektriautodega on, et kõik ostame elektriautod, aga kuskilt peab nüüd tulema ka ju. Ja siis ongi see, et mõned viskavad oma kasuliku või terve auto nagu ära, võtavad elektriauto, ütlevad, et hästi rohelised, tegelikult tubeldavad veel nende seda nii-öelda kahjutegurit. Aga minge ka ikka, pange midagi hamba alla veel ja seal väljas on sekki.
Ära siis proovi. Ja Helen, kes kasutas teadus? Ei ole kasutanud. Ja see on takkara seda. Nii.
Mis on nagu eesmärk? Ma nagu harjunud
Pitch Eesti investeerimist või?
seda, et kas investor võiks nagu investeerida. Et siin on nagu kriteeriumid küll, aga kui sa nagu laiemalt rääkida, et
üldpõhimõte on
mida me tahame saavutada?
Keskkond on see number 1 märksõna, kuna teema on ka leave no waste behind ja kuidas keskkonna vaatest.
Aga kas võtame selle green up'i, et nagu tundub nagu täitsa nagu läbi mõtlemata või et ei saa aru, kuidas seda tegelikult ellu viisi.
See on igati võimalik, jah.
Aga mida me siis nagu hindame, et seda, et nagu põhimõtteliselt, kui keegi tuleks välja mõelda, kuidas seda teha, et siis on nagu äge või muidugi siin on nagu öeldud ka, et teostatavuse eest näiteks annad vähem, ootsuse eest, mõjupotentsiaali eest rohkem, okei, et neid asju, aga kas need on tehtud, no nemad on tudengiprojektid ja me tahame, ütleme, et esikoht oleks võimalikult siis selline idee, mis on võimalikult suure mõjupotentsiaaliga, võimalikult uudne, teostatav ja kaasatud on sidusrühmasid ja hea esituskaal.
Need kriteeriumid sinna paikasse pandud.
Aga no põhimõtteliselt siin seda kriteeriumi ei ole. See on teostatav, ehk siis kui tiim on nõrk, või siis idee on nagu vähe läbi.
Kui idee on liiga utoopne või nagu mis on veits võimatu.
Saad aru, et ei ole investeeritud, ei ole seda äri.
Jah, et siis ka vähem punkte lihtsalt. Jah, sest üldidee on see, et nüüd iga kategooria võitja läheb edasi Taani, kus siis on 6 ülikooli 3 parimat iga kategooriast omavahel ja siis omakorda need võitjad pääsevad Brüsseli Euroopa Komisjoni oma ideed reklaamima.
Ehk siis neil 3 tiimi siit saab edasi.
Just, igas kategooriast.
Ja mingi raha jaamine ka.
Jah, iga kategooria võitja saab 650 eurot hetkel. Eesti rohkem veel publiku lemmik nii-öelda, aga just ma vaatan, et iga meeskond hääletab enda poolt, mis on nagu aru saadav. Nii et jah. See on jah. Ma loodan, et mingid mõtted endal on kirjas ja see otsust
So, we are back and ready to go. I hope you all had a good snack during your break and also did some stretches to get that energy back, because the next topic is going to be energy. And firstly, we're gonna see a quick, short introduction video about the category of energy.
Hello, my name is Kertu Lepiksaar. I am from Department of Energy Technology, and I am going to talk about waste in energy. Energy, as one of our primary needs, is strongly related to sustainable development, as it is something we need today, tomorrow, and in the future in very different forms. The United Nations has set 17 sustainable development goals, one of which is affordable and clean energy. More indirectly, however, 4 of these goals are related to energy: industry, innovation and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, and climate action. The biggest goal of today's energetics is to meet constantly growing demand for electricity and heat in different sectors, such as domestic and industrial, and also the transport sector cannot be forgotten, as this also has significant energy needs. There are 2 main aspects to this goal that we need to pay attention to. Firstly, sustainable and rational use of resources, and secondly, clean production, which also leads us to waste-free production, to leave no waste behind. There are 2 main types of waste in fuel-based energy: solid, such as ashes of spent fuel and their emissions, the best known of which is carbon dioxide. Carbon neutrality has been one of the most important keywords of recent times and is also extremely important in energy. In order to achieve truly carbon neutral and waste-free energy production, the nature of energy production must be totally changed. We must transfer from fuel-based energy to non-fuel-based energy. This means that we only produce energy using completely renewable methods. The path to this goal is long and difficult, but it can be achieved by taking actions together and wisely.
So here was a quick, short introduction to the next category, energy. And the first team who's going to present their project is going to be Rematerial with team members Henri Olak, Raimond Vink, who are both studying structural engineering and construction management. Let's give a round of applause for them.
I'm Henry. This is Raimond. We're both structural engineering students, and our idea is Rematerial. So a big problem on construction sites is that there's a lot of leftover materials. Usually it's about 10% extra material is ordered to build the building. This is in case there is any problems or there have been made some mistakes and you don't have to reorder the materials again, because otherwise there will be very long wait times and this will push the project way too long. Here are some examples as well of materials that are completely unused and are left over. There are some paint cans still sealed with tape and everything that are from the store, insulation material, gypsum board, and stuff like that. And our solution to get rid of that waste would be a market or a company that would collect all the leftover materials, especially the unused ones, and sell them on to low consumption builders and workers. And this would have many benefits. It would reduce the wasted material amount, because unused material is not thrown in the trash. It would reduce also the amount of material production that has been done. And also it will then on lower the carbon footprint of new buildings that are built with unused or reused materials.
The target customer for us is usually a small contractor or someone who is doing renovation. For a small amount of material, it's a perfect target. So if you need to do renovation in your apartment or house, or you are doing jobs for other people, small repair jobs, then this is a perfect opportunity to buy small quantities of material that are lower priced. The market estimation for Estonian market in construction, new buildings and renovations is about 4 billion euros. And the most easy starting market for us is finishing materials. We did some calculations and roughly about 4 million euros worth of material that is actually perfectly good is thrown away every year. And from that, we can't target the whole Estonia. We can start in Tallinn, Tartu, bigger cities. So some actual serviceable market starting is 100,000 euros, and it can be easily upscaled if we expand to windows, doors, pipes, and other equipment that is actually also thrown away, but is just not feasible for a starting market.
And finally, right now we're only thinking about unused materials or unused products, but this can also expand to used materials. As of, for example, recently we saw that there is some work being done on the university building, and the ventilation system is being renewed, and they're throwing away the old ventilation pipes. And from looking at afar or even close, you can see these pipes are in perfectly good condition. There's nothing wrong with them. You only just need to service them, clean them, and you could reuse them. But right now, they're all being thrown away.
Thank you.
Thank you to Rematerial. Do we have any questions from the jury? Oh.
I have actually many, but I will not use all the time. But first of all, you have probably heard about Materjalivoog, the platform. So what they are doing is basically like being an intermediate unit, or kind of like a medium between it's industrial leftovers, basically, yeah, not construction site, but the industrial leftovers. And okay, somebody has, or a company has leftovers, another company might need them, connection. So what should, let's say, Materjalivoog to just say, okay, we're going to use also the construction site leftovers and basically expand their segment, and that's it. And so where do you come in as a good competitor here? So why are you better than, for example, Materjalivoog? I might have actually an answer, but I want to hear it from you.
Actually, when we did research, we actually didn't find Materjalivoog. That means either they are very hard to find or not actually what we are targeting. So yes, they can expand, but our advantage is that we are actually been in the industry and been working on the site, and we can quite easily kickstart with the connections we already have based on our personal experience and all the other students and other companies we can reach very easily within our
maybe reach your community in our circle of contacts and everything. I would also add that maybe the difference is a bit that we could also target more of the private sector. If people like homeowners and such need products at home and they only need a small amount, because those are probably
because the leftover amounts are usually smaller. They don't have like 100 square meters or something. But if somebody renovates, like for say their bathroom, they only need a small amount, but from that they could save quite a lot of money by buying from us, because we calculated probably that about 60% of the retail price we could sell this on, because it would be like if you have electronic products, it would be an open package, but completely unused, pretty much.
And there is another one, immediacy. Like, for example, the fact that you can actually maybe hold this material somewhere before there is a purchase or so. But this immediacy, just one more question, and then I keep the microphone away. So it brings to my mind also the problem of revenue and the financial aspect of it. So it was so cute to read from your one-pager that we would only need an online store and warehouse.
Yeah, that's...
because these are actually very expensive items today.
Yeah, it would be from that. The idea from the logistics part would be that we would have like our own team, or if there are small construction sites that have the time to like look at stuff that's being thrown away, that would be different. But otherwise, yeah, a team, let's say with a van, they would go to the construction site. Before we asked like if everything is new, put it into one pile. We can look through it, take it, and just a warehouse would be needed just to keep in stock. Otherwise, we could like directly sell onto the customer without the warehouse, but that would create a problem that there sometimes wouldn't be anything or something. So a warehouse would be an intermediary solution to keep just to hold the things somewhere. And also the size would depend on how much we would expand. If there is low expansion, then we would need a smaller house, and if there's like over a whole Estonia, then we need a larger one, of course.
Okay, thank you. Now we have.
I have a question. Who gets the money? Is it you? When you sell the things, is it your company or is it the company who has the leftovers?
The company who has leftovers gets a so-called kickback. Maybe we can describe it as a kickback.
Yeah, that kickback would be the amount that they would need to deal with us or with this kind of problem. Because right now it's for them on the site, it's cheaper to just throw it in the trash and then ship it somewhere and pay extra for the trash collection and recycling. But we would say, let's say, roughly maybe 10% of the materials worth we would pay them so we'd have an incentive they would have an incentive to give it to us or to deal with us in this program.
Did you validate it with some companies?
I've spoken with two of my friends in the industry. One is a project manager, and he said that whatever, we throw it away right now, it doesn't matter for him because he's just paying the bills for recycling because there is so much stuff to do on site that you don't have time to systematically reuse these things right now.
I guess it's a matter of time when the owners get to know that, aha, here's the money. No, just challenging you. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have one last question from Kaisa.
Yeah, thanks. Definitely a big problem to tackle, and I think that nobody has been able to solve it before. So I think here is your chance. But are there any regulations that are somehow restricting you? Have you done some research?
I don't think so, because we can sell the products without a warranty. We don't need to cover the warranty.
Okay, because I also know Materjalivoog and I know Mairi, and I know that she had some problems with regulations that when waste becomes waste, then you can't really sell it anymore. So I guess you have this covered, that the leftovers shouldn't be.
It's not a waste because it's not been used, actually. It's just a leftover.
Yeah, I would say as well, like it wouldn't be like, we wouldn't be let's say like taking it out of the trash, and we would keep it from ever getting into the trash. We would take directly sell on. So like, yeah, if somebody, it's also like if you buy five things, you only need 3. You can sell 2 on, but everything, like still the regulations, the warranty still like goes for the product.
Okay, and one comment that I wouldn't only approach small companies I would actually approach bigger companies. So I would recommend you to go to Nordecon, for example, and tell them your solution. Thanks.
And now for the last question, Sven.
Right. Do you get these materials for free or a 10% of the cost price that you would get?
Yeah, like I said, we would probably pay 10%, so they would have the initiative to deal with our work.
And then who organizes and pays for the transport to your warehouse?
This would be our own logistics solution. Would be the first thought that I would have, but maybe in the beginning would be it's still like have one extra person, let's say, we would call ahead with a construction company, and one person would go drive there, collect the stuff, and then bring it back. So not an external logistics company, I would say. We wouldn't use an external one.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Rematerial. So the next one we have up is gonna be Retro EV with team members Karl, who is studying bachelor's in production development and robotics, and he also has a team member who couldn't be here, who's Georg Seema, who's studying master's in product development and production technologies. So let's give an applause to Karl.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karl, as was already introduced, and I will tell you about the Retro EV project. So fundamentally, what we are doing is that we are reusing and electrifying an old car that is a petrol car. That is it in a nutshell. Why are we doing this? I think I don't have to stand here and tell you why petrol engines are bad. That is obvious for everybody. I don't have to tell you that we have lots of them and they're not going anywhere near. So we have an issue there to tackle. What we are doing is that we are giving a whole new life to the car, which means that we are not only taking away the petrol bit and using the electric bits instead of it, we are also doing everything else that the person actually touches, feels, and interacts with the car. So we are fundamentally changing the car in a way that it is firstly comfortable and has all the user interfaces that a modern 2022-year car has. And we are also giving it the intelligence that a modern 2022-year car has. So that means that it is able to park itself, able to follow lanes, able to follow traffic signs, and so on, and so on, and so on. So that leads you into a situation where the person actually wants to use the car. If I just have an electric car that is still 40 years old and it is rusty and it is not very convenient, I'm still not going to use it because of all of these other issues. So we're taking the whole car in. We're not changing the drivetrain, even though most of the benefit that you actually get is from changing the drivetrain. The market that we are working in is going to be huge in the future, not very huge right now, so it's an under 1 billion market today. In 10 years' time, depending on who you listen to, the estimates are between 180 to 800 billion market. Today, we already see this happening with very many high-end cars. So we have a market that is working in the UK and in the US, where Aston Martins are electrified, Jaguars are electrified, Ford Mustangs are electrified. So you already have this happening in this very high end, where you have cars that cost hundreds and hundreds of thousands of euros. Over time, this will trickle down to more normal cars, more everyday cars that people use in their everyday life. Because let's be honest, how many classic Ford Mustangs do you see on a daily basis? Not so many. What will also happen that is a benefit for us is that new cars are going to be becoming more and more expensive. because of regulations. It is much harder to do a car that has all the safety and everything built into it from the factory as time goes on, because cars need to be better and better, which means which is something we already can see today when we have the chip shortage because of the corona and because of the global situation. Then what happens already today is that lower priced cars, smaller cars, get left out of chips. So your small Skoda or your small Volkswagen is left out some chips because these chips are now put on to the Audi, which is the expensive part, the expensive car of that brand, which means that already for the consumer that doesn't have that much money, they are being left without a choice. We are filling that gap. So technically, here you can also see our results from our first car. We have taken away the original petrol engine. We have replaced it with a second-hand Tesla engine and a second-hand, not actually a second-hand, a brand new Tesla battery that has never been used by Tesla because, to link back to my previous people who were here presenting, somebody bought a lot of Tesla batteries and decided not to use them, Mercedes, which means they are now in a warehouse and not being used. We are reusing them just as they want to reuse their things. What you can see from here is the efficiency bit. So for a petrol engine, it almost takes a kilowatt hour to run a kilometer. For a Tesla engine, it takes, depending on who you listen to and how you test it, it is 5, 6, 7, 8 times more efficient. So you save a lot of energy by converting from petrol to electric. Thank you.
Thank you to Retro EV. Do we have any questions from the jury? Maybe from the audience? Oh, Sten.
Yes, I have a question. You put a lot of emphasis in your presentation to the actual remodeling of the cars and how it will work. But in business-wise, how do you see yourself taking in orders or selling the new cars? Is it something that you would do through an online shop, or do you have any ideas in that sense? How do you reach your market?
Yeah. So business-wise, it probably will start off still not by having an online shop, but by having a physical shop. It will also business-wise, because cars have millions of kilometers of regulations that they have to conform to. Then also business-wise, it will probably start out with one model or 2 or 3 models. So it's not like we are able to take every single model. You want to focus on those models that are most prevalent in your market. So today, that would be your average 25-year-old car.
Yeah, thanks. Sounds like a really great solution if it would be on a bigger scale. But how much would it cost to do this upgrade, for example? How much did it cost to you?
So currently with the Retro EV, and we are not calculating our own salaries to it, as we're not paying ourselves. The realistic cost of a conversion is around let's say around the 20,000 mark today. But again, prices all the time, they are coming down on many different components. This is still this part of electric technology where prices are coming down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's quite expensive. You could get almost a new car for this electric car. But how long have you been working on this project? It seems like you have been already working on it for longer.
Yeah, so this project, it depends on how you measure it. If you look at the calendar, then that will be 3 years. But this is a very hands-on thing that you actually have to physically do. And we had Corona in the meanwhile, where people couldn't gather, couldn't do work. So if you take that out, then you halve that time.
Okay, and what's your pain point at the moment, or where do you need help with?
I think what we need most help with today is the IT side and the coding side of things.
We have one more question here.
I have a question. What's the innovation of your challenge?
So the innovation of our challenge is that it seems that things are plug and play, but things are never really plug and play. The innovation is that if you take any car, then that car is not built to accept other drivetrains, other engines, other systems. So all of that has to be redesigned. You actually end up with having the shell of the car being original, but pretty much everything under the car is different. If you look at these two pictures, they have been done from the same place. Nothing looks the same.
Okay, and we have one more last question from...
I have another question, but a quick comment to make. In your one-pager, you also mentioned one side of your idea, which is that people are just throwing away or replacing cars from just wanting a newer one instead of needing a new one. And for future, that's something I think you should also point out in your presentation, because it is a large part of the waste factor that's coming to the project. But yeah, I really like to read it from the one-pager. So good job.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give a big applause for Carl for Retro EV. And the last team in the category of energy, we have Enza AI with members Priska Adenike Adeoit from Masters in Mechatronics, Maili Sorg from Communicative Electronics, Tatsuki Ishikawa, I'm sorry for the bad pronunciations, Sanan Suleymanov, and Sander Tsobulski from Computer and Systems Engineering Master Studies. So let's give a round of applause for Enza.
Yes, hello everyone. I am Sanan Suleymanov, team member of Enza.ai and master student in Computer and Systems Engineering. Okay, let's see what is Enza.ai. Enza.ai provides efficient control of air ventilation system with its AI algorithm to intelligent building automation companies. And what's the problem? Do you know that in the public and private buildings, air ventilation system work without depending on the number of the people in the building? For example, in the TalTech, let's assume air ventilation works certain hours a day without depending on the number of the people in the building or occupancy level. And according to the Energy Report Journal, HVAC is accountable for 38% of the energy consumption. But we have a solution. We have applied machine learning algorithm on the basis of the CO2 and temperature data to predict occupancy level. And as you see, our model has 96% precision to predict occupancy level. How did we do that? Actually, this project comes from our industrial partner, and we received it from our Mechatronics and Smart Systems course. And there was such a challenge. We could not install additional equipment in the buildings. And what we have is really already installed sensors, which gives us CO2, temperature, as well as we can receive energy consumption data. And we need to create a model for predicting occupancy level. During the semester, we read so many papers, we did so much research, and firstly, we use the data set comes from our industrial partner, and we were capable to get normal precision model. But it was not enough for us, and we started our own experiments in TalTech ICT building. And we received our own data set, as well as we used vision system for counting the number of the people in the room from live stream video without recording. And we trained our model, and we got this 96% accurate model. And right now, we're capable to predict occupancy level on the basis of low, medium, and high level, on the basis of the temperature and CO2 sensor data. And what is our impact? According to our calculations, we can reduce 50% air ventilation consumption in TalTech building. And we assume that in public buildings, we can reach 20%. Because as you know, weekends TalTech doesn't work, as well as after work hours. And COVID also has affected the number of the students don't come to the classes. And we assume that we can reach this target. And our business model is selling our service directly to the businesses. And our price could change depending on the customer's need and applied technology. But we have developed price of €0.1 for per square meter in a month. And it is our legendary team who worked during this semester for building this accurate model and this solution. One of our team members right now in the military, and yeah, I am right now for him in here. Yes, save energy with Insight AI. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Enza AI. Do we have any questions from the jury?
Yeah, thanks. What I really like about the idea is the fact that one might think that now that everybody's supposedly working from home because of Corona, it's not quite so that the office space is not needed. It's going to be needed also in the future, but it's going to have less occupancy, which means basically huge waste. Yes. And in that sense, it's perfect that you are tackling with this problem. And love it, absolutely love the fact that you are doing that. But, and my question is actually about one pager. You didn't mention it so much here in the presentation, but it just interested me. You used first unsupervised learning for the data and then supervised learning. I didn't quite understand why, because you actually had perfect numeric data for the supervised learning already from the
first let's start like this. We use unsupervised learning because from our industrial partner, we could only receive input data. We didn't have occupancy level. This company previously used Google Maps API and feedback from customer for occupancy level, and it was not precise. And we just have input data, and we didn't have output data. We used unsupervised learning. We reached about 80%, but we assume that we can improve it. And we want to use, how can I say, reliable model with that we can get higher, more than 90% accurate model. And we started our experiment in TalTech building. We used as an output data set for number of the people, our vision system, which counts the number of the people in the building from live stream video. And we had temperature and CO2 sensor. We had all full data set. We did about 15 days of experiment for receiving this data set. After that, we trained our deep neural network, and we received this 96% accuracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have any more questions from the jury?
I think there is.
And also there's one question from the audience. But first of all, Kaisa.
Yeah, thanks. Sounds great. 50% in the savings of energy, right?
Yes, we counted with, we have schedule, that's a TalTech use air ventilation system, certain hours in a day and 10 hours weekends. And we had the model which predicts, and yeah, by this way.
So what are your next steps? Are you going to further develop this solution with the company that you are partnering?
Yeah, it will be deployed in this company, and next stage we want to get new partners, but we want to do it much more easy way to deploy, creating our platform and by using API, send and receive data, and cost by monthly or annual fee, and it will be much more easy to integrate. Let's say, yes, it is just developing much more.
Mm-hmm. So you have everything you need for further development?
Yes, we have already the prototype, and it will be applied in our partner company, industrial partner, and later stage we will create our own system for other companies.
Okay, sounds great. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, and now we have the first question from the audience.
Thank you. My name is Martin Kiel, and I am a field engineer of design, actually in HVAC systems. And I wanted to say a little remark that you have a limitation for this solution only for room-based air handling units or variable air volume systems. It's a huge difference because you said you're going to have this huge impact on these public buildings, but in my experience, most of them do not have variable air volume VAV systems today.
Yes, thanks for the question. Actually, when we received our dataset, we received from the dataset from the mall, which has much more wide area, and our model was capable to predict precisely by using unsupervised learning. And if we had such a challenge, we could use our unsupervised learning model as well. And we really received good precision for this solution.
Okay, thank you. And we actually had a second question from the audience as well.
Oh, yes. So you told that you have a 95% of accuracy, yeah?
96%.
96,
yes.
Yeah, even better. But then the question that what was the recall? How high was the recall of this model?
What was what?
Recall.
What do you mean?
This false positives and all these things, the other side of accuracy.
We haven't used this metrics. In our metrics, we have used just loss function, and it was enough for us for, how can I say, evaluating of our model. But I could not answer this right now, but we didn't use these metrics for evaluating our model. In the later stage, maybe, we could.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, and now for the last question, Sten.
I once again have a comment, actually. So one of the things that might come up when testing or getting this new idea to different public buildings, especially ones where you do have a lot of people all the time, like high schools, for example, then you might also have a reverse effect with the CO2 readings where it shows that there's actually too little ventilation in these rooms. So that's something you might want to look into, because sometimes when it turns out that the ventilation is too small, the prices for the consumers might actually go up from using this product. But something to think about.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And let's give another big applause for the ENSA AI. Thank you. We are now finished with the projects in energy, and we'll move to the next category, which is consumption. And here is a short introduction video.
Hello, my name is Elise Salm, and I'm a lecturer of marketing in the School of Business and Governance of Tallinn University of Technology. I also teach a master's course of ethics, responsibility and sustainability, and contribute to climate neutral TalTech by 2035 by acting as an environmental awareness project manager. We have seen a recent shift in the awareness of consumers in making more conscious choices. On the one hand, sustainability lies in the responsibility of consumers. Are we aware of the impact of the products and services we buy and use, and are we asking for better solutions? On the other hand, it's always the balance of supply and demand. Are more responsible products even available for us? So far, we are not doing that well. Earth Overshoot Day marks the date when humanity's demand for ecological resources and services a given year exceeds what Earth can regenerate in that year. 2021 Earth Overshoot Day fell on July 29th. In Estonia 2022, the overshoot day was on March 14th. That means that if everyone on Earth would consume as Estonians are consuming, we would need 5 planets. We are using more than we should, and we will run out of resources if drastic changes are not made fast. Even though we often think of waste as something that is left over after consumption, this is not at all true. Most of the waste is generated in the process before final consumption. We are using Earth's resources like land and water for energy production, construction, food, and clothing in an inefficient and linear way. The project is called Leave No Waste Behind. My passion is food and health and the sustainability of both of them. In terms of waste and our daily food choices, it's not just the packaging of the items we choose to buy, even though this is what we see in our recycling bins. And it's not the food waste either, although most of the food wasted is wasted at homes. It's not even the environmental cost of transportation of food, which, by the way, on the average is about 6% of the total carbon footprint of food. But it's the waste invisible for consumers that is created in the production of different food items that require massively different amounts of land that leads to deforestation, fertilizers, water, energy, and lead to greenhouse gas emissions and pollution. 50% of Earth's habitable land is used by agriculture. Out of this, 77% is used for meat and dairy production, but only 18% of global calories are produced by this process. Data says that, for example, in the production of beef, 98% of calories and 96% of protein fed to cattle is wasted. Even the most efficient animal products waste 75% of resources. A change has to happen from both production and consumption point of view. As long as more sustainable options are not available, go for the 5 Rs. Rethink if you really need it, refuse the product if it's not sustainable, reduce the amounts of products used, reuse if possible, and recycle.
As you heard, a lot of useful information and knowledge for all of us. And the first team in the category of consumption will be Sustainable Package Service for Grocery Stores, with team members Karoliina Karu and Marika Teng from Design and Technology Futures, Kaspar Timm from Industrial Design, and Aurélien Henry, who is a French Erasmus student from mechanical engineering. Let's give a round of applause for Sustainable Package Service for Grocery Stores.
All right, hello. I am Kaspar, and this is our project with a really long name. And basically, we started our project by looking into single-use packages, and our path took us to grocery stores, where we decided to focus on ready-made food section. And we started doing more research, did some interviews, and we found some problems. So the main problems were that the stores were not really interested in the packaging problems. Also, in the ready-made food section, they do not offer alternative packaging. And when you want to use your own packaging, it is very slow, expensive, and really difficult. And also using the service has minimal communication. And the quote to summarize, it's basically that the people feel like they shouldn't use the service because the system is basically working against them, even if they want to use their own packages in stores. And now our solution is a service that encourages the customer to change their behavior and encourage them to actually use their own packages in the ready-made food aisle. This is a simplified system map of the service that we have. It starts with the user and the store. And there are now 2 paths. There's the deposit route and the personal package route. And they're both intertwined, but there are some differences. And one element that ties all of basically the stakeholders together is the partner card, which is from the store, and it's also used for the system, and it also ties together the user as well. Okay, and now I'll go into more detail. So this is the deposit package system. How it works is that you go to the store, you have your partner card, that's the store's partner card, and it also works with the system. And now if you have no package, you go to the food aisle, there's a vending machine where you swipe your partner cards. And now you can choose a size and you will get a deposit package that has a NFC chip sticker on it. Next step is filling the package and then going to the checkout. Now the checkout weighs the package, and in the chip there is written the information how much the package weighs, and that's basically subtracted from the total. Now you go home, eat your food, and you're happy, and you have 2 weeks to return the package, and you return it to the store where there's a collection bin, and if you once again swipe your card, it knows that, okay, you have returned your package and nothing bad will come. And if you don't return the package within the time frame, then you will be basically, then you basically have to buy the package. So the next time you use your card in the store, you get the extra fee that's for the package. Of course, you can later return the packages to still get your money back. So, but yes, if you return your packages, the service is free, so you don't have to pay anything. And now if you want to use your personal package, you can also do that. So the first time you go to the store, you scan your package on a scale, where you also will get the sticker. You put it on the box, it's also machine washable. And now the first 2 steps will disappear because you only need to do it once. And you can basically have the same cycle as with the deposit packages. And now to sum up, basically we are not only reducing packaging waste, which is really important, but we also want to implement this behavioral change so people would get more used to actually being sustainable and caring about their actions. Also, we really wanted to implement this circular design element into the system as well, because that's not often seen in big supermarkets. And also a motivation for the stores why they would want this service is also the EU directive, which basically starts slowly regulating single-use packages. So the sooner they got on the train, the better. And also we are filling a gap that's needed, because there are a lot of users from our research that do want to use their own packages, but sadly the current system does not give them the viable option. All right, thank you for listening. Now you can ask questions.
Thank you to Sustainable Package Service for Grocery Stores. And now we're for questions, and Kaisa already has one prepared.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely a great problem to tackle, but there are actually quite a few solutions already on the market. For example, Ringkarp, Ringo, Bring Back, Cup Loop. So how are you different from them?
So the most similar one to our service is the Bring Back. They also use the same chips. But what's different for us is the fact that first it's in a basically a closed loop, which makes it really easy to track everything. And the second thing is why the chip is valuable for us is that it has the weight of the package, which the current systems do not have, which allows you to use it in self-checkout. So otherwise, Bring Back right now is, I think, only used in like delivery services where there's a fixed price. But now if you have food that needs to be weighed, then there needs to be the information how much the package weighs. And also with the partner card system, they had a lot of problems with returning the packages. Because sometimes you will return the package and you will not get the money back. But this collection bin is built like that, so you swipe the card, the slot opens, you put the package in, and the chip gets scanned, which means there's no way to not get your money back. The card gets the information that you have returned your package. Yes.
Thank you. And
how do you nudge the grocery stores to use these packages?
Yeah, as I mentioned, one big factor definitely is the EU directive, but also a lot of Estonian stores, specifically Rimi that we focused on, they do have actually this interest in using less packaging, and also they do have this small grain of environmental mindset, but so far their solutions have not really worked, and they're not really marketing it. So yeah, I feel like if they have a service that's well thought out and communicated, it might be something that interests them.
Well, you mentioned Rimi. Rimi, as of now, you can go with your own package.
Yes, and what we found out, as I mentioned, it's much more expensive, because if you use your own package, usually it's more durable and sturdy, which means it's also heavier. And we did some research, so if you use the default package that Rimi provides, you will pay like no extra money because it gets subtracted. Because there's in the checkout there's this set weight that gets subtracted. But now if the package is heavier, it actually adds up a lot. And if you bought like 500 grams of food, you will pay basically 1 to 2 euros more because of your own package. So that was the problem.
This is called greenwash.
Well, yeah, that is the problem.
Well, thank you for enlightening that. It should be taken up.
Yeah, thank you. And we have time for one more question. Do we have one from the jury? Okay, then I'll ask a question as well, maybe.
Yes.
So how far along are you? Like, do you have any like investors or stakeholders you're also like communicating at the moment or pitching the idea?
So for us, this was more of a design project to work out the service. And right now we have not really looked into investors or so on, but we are still thinking where to go next with the project.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Let's give a big applause to Sustainable Package Service for grocery stores. And next up we have Team Circular Campus Cup with team members Merje Niinepuu, Aseem Hamid, Praneet Margam, Ragnar Galde, who are studying design and technology futures. So let's give a round of applause for them.
Hi all, we are Circular Campus Cup, and we started our journey from the bins at TalTech. We found out that majority of the bins are having cups as a major waste in it. We did interviews and we found out that 75% of coffee drinkers, they go for to-go cups because it's more convenient and they feel like there's no waste because they are using paper cups. But they are not aware that it's a mixed package because it has plastic lining and a lid. So these are the numbers which we generate, like over 1 million cups in a year are just consumed in TalTech campus, and what about other universities? So we looked into the closed system, like library. We learned a lot, like student who goes there, lends a book, check in with their student ID, and return after a certain time, and then checks out with the ID. And we use that same learning in our Circular Campus Cup. So we see here like right side and left side. So right is more like linear system where you take the cup, have coffee, and dispose in the dustbin. But we are adding another half, making it circular, which is returning the cup and cleaning it. Since the main major pain point is cleaning your cup and bringing daily to the campus, so we are taking care of that. Let's see how the journey looks like. Here is Ragnar. He is a first-year student at TalTech, and he learns about Circular Campus Cup through display boards. And he onboards on the student app and then goes to the pickup machine and checks in his cup. Then he goes to Merje, the barista, and gives the cup to have his favorite coffee. And he enjoys his coffee in the classroom. And then after some time, he gets this notification saying, hey, buddy, I'm waiting you to return your cup. So he finishes his coffee and goes to the deposit machine nearby and gives it back. And he gets this notification saying, thank you for it, and appreciation for his act. So our team takes care of the cleaning and, again, putting back the cups into the pickup machine. And then this loop completes. So we focus more on the creating awareness and student onboarding. So we use challenges like our events at campus, student portal, and app especially, and bring more motivation to the student. We show all the details regarding the cup, like check-in, check-out, and the pickup machines, drop machines nearby. And our major emphasis is on the behavior of student, which is from throwing to returning, because this is how we are targeting like this major group of students which aging like 18 to 25, and making them more responsible for their acts in this system. And by this, we bring down 1.6 million single-use cups per year, and bringing down 300 tons of carbon footprint at the campus, and then 230 tons of waste generated in a year. And our objective is to take it to the various campuses across the world and act more sustainable towards the waste we generate. Thank you.
Thank you to Circular Campus Cup. Do we have any questions from the jury?
Yeah, thanks. Definitely also a big problem to tackle, but there is this company called Ringo. Have you heard about them?
Yeah.
And how are you different?
So here, students need not pay anything. And there are deposit machines and pickup machine powered by app, which is used to track the whole cups to keep them in the system itself. And also, we have further plans using the data of consumption of each beverage through the cups, and then extend more into analyzing the psychology of students as well.
Hey, thank you. Do we have any more questions?
How much does the student have to pay for the cup? I didn't quite get that. In order to get the cup?
There's no charge. So they need to use the student app, TalTech student app, and there will be one section where they have this QR code scan, and they scan the code and take the cup. But they will be penalized if they don't return the cup after a certain time or damage the cup.
But who pays for the cleaning of?
So we are giving that service to the universities, and so we are expecting university to step up for this like initial adaptation of the system, because it's very new, and it's in our research we found out like some of UK-based universities, they are already started adapting this kind of model, but nowhere in Europe as such. And we also thought like university can allot some fund towards the sustainable system, and make campus plastic free or cup free.
And how much does it cost for the university?
It depends on the number of students and how many cups, because they must be having data. When we were talking to coffee shops, so it goes around like 40,000 per quarter, 40,000 cups. So if we go like there are 9,200 students, and you would be needing around like 6,000 cups or 7,000 cups, and then we can calculate based on the number of cups you would be needing.
So one would need 6,000 cups?
So,
right?
Like you would be having 6,000 cups within the system, and they will be used by all the students plus staff at the campus. And since they are returned back, so you don't need many cups as well.
Okay, one more question. You say that this sort of system is used in some universities already. So what's your innovation in this?
So they don't have this digital tracking system. They just have, like they banned the single-use cups, and they just have this reusable cups and written policies. But they don't have the extension, like more gamified experience for the student, and these notifications and these nudges. And they are just doing something like when we go to any cafe and you take the plate and you put it back. So there's more manual and there's no smart solution there. And we are trying to make it more smart.
Students tend to be lazy, and in order to get them to actually bring the cup back to the machine, there has to be either some kind of a reward or a punishment if you either do or don't do it. I understand that like for many like these recyclable cup companies, it's like €2 that you get back when you give the cup back. But have you thought about it? Like you said, that it's kind of similar, your system, to a library system, and the library system has penalties for not getting the books back on time. So do you have ideas on that front?
Yes. We thought of both incentives as well as penalties, but penalties sounded more like strict. So we focused more on incentives as well as appreciations. So we thought of creating these challenges and also top like green student kind of badges, and also like by giving appreciation. So yeah, I agree with the point, like we are too lazy, but then we have observed that every student goes to the bin and puts the cup in. But we just want them to return the cup, not throw. And we are doing our bit to motivate them through these incentives and appreciations.
Thank you to Circular Campus Cup. Let's make a big applause for them as well. Next up, we have Team Circular Rental Packages with members Anai, Ale.
Online shopping boom has resulted in a huge cardboard footprint. Additionally, due to the lack of standards, well, basically due to the absence of standards, it doesn't help either, since each company has their own regulations. Currently, the typical online shopping journey looks the way that the packaging has only single purpose, namely to get to the end customer safely. But it doesn't consider the disposal process and what happens next with the packages. Moving towards to the circular packaging economy, merchants can reduce the packaging waste, as well as create a new e-commerce, more greener e-commerce system. And there we are, EuroTeQ. So the goal of the EuroTeQ is to create a closed loop, which is inclusive of foldable corrugated packages that can be used for shipping in e-commerce, namely in the fashion industry. Such corrugated boxes, plastic boxes, can be reused multiple times, and they are made of recycled plastics. Based on the results of a variety of case studies, such boxes can handle over 80 trips. Generally, the system works the way that the partner, which is in the middle, signs a contract with the EuroTeQ, and EuroTeQ offers and orders the reusable packages to the partner company. And in the meantime, the customer makes a purchase, and partner, as usually, works on the realization of the order. And then after the customer receives the package and the order, they fold the box and they send it back. Yes. Oh, I also forgot to mention that from time to time, partners reassess their packages and they send tired or broken ones to the EuroTeQ. The system is divided into two parts. The first one is between the partner and the EuroTeQ, where exactly the partner signs a contract with the EuroTeQ and the EuroTeQ provides a delivery to the partner. And the second one is between partner and customer, which works the way that customer makes an order, partner works on the realization of that order, and customer gets the bonuses back that they can use further in order to pay for further orders. Let's have a look at the customer journey. So here is Laura, who is shopping online. Once she found everything she needed, she makes a purchase. Then out of many delivery options, she chooses the EuroTeQ, and then she gets a notification and picks up the package. And I'm running out of time, but here is our application prototype. Basically, you can use user type, either customer or partner, and it works the same for both. You fill out the details for the pickup, and once it's done, you can see a message. And this is our team, Helen, Anei, and me, Ivana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Circular Rental Packages. Do we have any questions from? Oh, of course, Kaisa already has a question prepared.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very clear and good to understand. You have one competitor in Finland. Have you heard about EuroTeQ?
Yes, we did hear about it. As far as I understand, the main difference between us and that Finnish company is that they don't actually provide the service when you can bring the package back. If I'm not mistaken, they have like collecting points where you actually have to physically go somewhere and give the package back. But we offer different delivery options. For example, there is two main options currently. The first one is that you can check in our application the nearest parcel machines, and you can give the used packages back through those parcels machines. And the second one is through human resource, namely actual couriers that can come and take the boxes from you. Also for future development, we were thinking of involving Starship robots and maybe TalTech self-driven buses, but this is for future.
Yeah, okay. I advise you to check EuroTeQ because they have been active quite a few years already, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't have competitors. So just good to know what your competitor is doing. Thanks.
Thank you.
I was also thinking about this giving the package back. So have you done a resource or some sort of like a study on human behavior regarding the potential possibility that you can actually take, well, not with any product, but with so many products, you can actually give the package back right away?
Yes, But it was already mentioned, I think, multiple times today that people are moving into more sustainable direction right now. So it's not about only the disposal process. Of course, you can just simply throw it away, but we offer an option where you can also contribute to like the environmental care.
No, I mean like give the package back right away to the courier. Like at this moment of like delivery, at the moment of delivery, you can instantly give back.
Yeah, it's actually a great point, but again, it depends since we have done a research on the topic, and if I'm not mistaken, over 70% of people in Estonia prefers to get their deliveries through parcel machines, though there is no couriers. Yes, and that's why we have also an option to give the packages back through parcel machines. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from the jury?
Yeah, one comment from my side that actually it's a good thing to have competitors. This means that there is potential on the market and somebody has already validated it. So this is a good thing, so you don't have to validate anymore. There is proof, but good to find out what exactly they are doing and try to find the way, how are you better or how can you do better than they are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you to Circular Rental Packages. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you.
And now we're moving to the last team in consumption. And the last team will be Refi, with members Tushil Parhotam, Karina Glais, and Kira Dressel, who are all studying design and technology future in masters. So let's give a big applause for them.
Hello. Hi everyone, I'm Dashil, I'm part of Refi, and we want to tackle and improve the circular systems and the cosmetics industry. So today I want to talk about a topic that's often left out or not spoken as much when we discuss single use, and that is cosmetics. 120 million packaging units were used in the cosmetics industry alone. 70% of these were dumped in landfills, 12% were incinerated, and only 5% was actually recycled. And this is especially troubling when we consider that many of the packaging contains substances that are harmful for the environment. Now currently, cosmetic companies such as Lush, Ren, and many others are shifting towards more circular systems to address this issue. They're doing this by essentially changing their packaging from disposable to reusable, effectively making them company assets. Unfortunately, the system relies on the customer to bring back the packaging, for the packaging to be cleaned, refilled, and resold. And as you can see from the slide, most of these schemes have a return rate of 20% or less, meaning that 80% of the people aren't willing to engage in the system. So how do we increase the return rates? Well, for us, it's Refi, which is an online company where they are responsible for gathering back the packaging of the items they sell, effectively taking responsibility of the return rate and taking away the burden from the customer. So how does Refi do this? Well, it does this by redefining the role of the shipping box. You see, Refi asks the question, if the shipping box can be used to take items from the online company to the customer, then why can't that same box be used to bring back the used packaging from the customer back to the online company? And that's not the only redefinition of the roles for the shipping box that Refi has done. You see, with Refi's box, it's made up of two compartments, the in-use side and the disposable side, which are detachable from one another. With Refi, it also eliminates the need for extra packaging, which is commonly associated in cosmetics. The in-use side can be used as a place to organize and store the cosmetics, while the disposal side can be used as a space to keep the used packaging after use. It is also this side of the box which is exchanged when a new delivery arrives, with the new packaging, or not the new products that are bought to replace the ones that are finished. So let's look at the key moments of our service. Okay, so over here we have Kira, who's on the Refi website searching for products. And on this website, she can find all of the sustainable and environmentally friendly products which use reusable packaging in one place, saving her time and effort. Next, we have the box itself. You see, with Refi's box, its utility doesn't end at delivery. It can also be used in tangent with the products within the home, becoming part of the home, as well as part of Kira's beauty routines and journey. Next, we have the disposal side. You see, the box has a specific place dedicated to keep the used packaging, because the packaging is not waste anymore. It has value because it's an asset. And by doing this, we dissuade Kira from just simply throwing away or causing clutter in Kira's bathroom. And lastly, we have exchange, where Refi has essentially combined the point of delivery with the drop-off point, meaning that Kira doesn't have to go out of her way to dispose of the packaging because Refi takes care of this for her. So let's look at the exchange point closer. Over here, we can see that after the local courier delivers the shipment and swaps it with the old box with the used packaging, they then bring it back to Refi, where it is sorted and then returned to the respective cosmetic companies, effectively closing the cycle. And this is what Refi does. You see, it's an online store that resells the stock of the cosmetic companies, effectively becoming another channel for them, while at the same time solidifying the infrastructure of the circular system. And by doing this, it can also encourage other cosmetic companies to make the shift towards reusable packaging, bringing us closer to a world where we can have a cosmetic industry with zero waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Refi. Do we have any questions from the jury?
Right. So do I understand correctly that I, as a customer, send it back to a cosmetics company, and then they have, each one of them has to have a system how they recycle and get those waste and organize all of it, and it sounds like a huge cost.
So essentially, what Refi does is it's partnered with these cosmetic companies which are already implementing these circular packaging with their products, and the customer doesn't buy the products from the companies, they buy it from the online store, which is reselling the cosmetics, because it's essentially it's a retailer of it. So Refi it's another channel of sales for these companies, but the benefit with this channel is that, unlike the more traditional channels, with Refi it also solidifies the circular infrastructure, because it takes over and responsibility of returning the packaging instead of the customer. So it benefits the company because it has guaranteed return rates that are higher, meaning that they're not losing their assets where they've invested into the packaging, while at the same time it removes the burden placed on the customer of them having the responsibility of returning the packaging themselves, where 80% of them just simply not willing to do this.
I have another question. Are you sending the packages back to Australia, New Zealand, US? What's the carbon footprint in that?
So the way Refi works, essentially, it would partner on a regional basis. So if Refi is operating in the Baltic area, it's first will look at the cosmetic industries around Europe. If the person wants to buy a cosmetics from Australia that uses reusable packaging, it just simply wouldn't make sense from an environmental aspect to then offer that on the same platform if it's in Europe. But if Refi is in Australia, then the people in Australia then can be offered that same product, but within Australia.
But have you calculated, does it make sense in the Baltic area?
What do you mean? But it doesn't make sense.
Collecting the bottles. And who pays for that? Is it the customer?
The customer does not pay for it. It is included with essentially into the shipping fee, because at the end of the day...
Shipping fee is paid by the customer?
No. So the customer orders the product from Refi, and then Refi delivers the product. So the next time when the customer orders again from the site, when their new packaging comes, or not the new packaging, the new order comes, it's still at the exact same point. So the customer essentially just pays for delivery, but the courier is coming back to the customer anyway, and that's where they can exchange with the box with the old packaging and bring it back to us. So the customer is not paying for essentially the shipping of the products back to the customers. We take it back, the products back to the companies. Refi would take it to the companies.
But again, the question, have you calculated the carbon footprint in the Baltic area? Does it make any sense? Flying back and forth, or I don't know, sending it by train, bottle by bottle, or how have you calculated it?
Well, we haven't, to be honest, but considering that the companies themselves already are implementing these in physical stores, which do operate in the Baltic area, even though they might be headquartered in Germany and the factories are in Germany, they themselves would still anyway have these gathering stores in the physical places and then transport them there physically. So it is actually a worthwhile thing to look into, actually.
Yes, it's worthwhile looking into it. I'm just also thinking maybe the companies are greenwashing. Just a thought.
And we have a question for Kaisa.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to ask if you are planning to use delivery machines as well, like Omniva has.
To be honest, it would be difficult to do this because with the way the service is designed, it's supposed to be as convenient as possible for the customer, but at the same time, we need that exchange to happen. So in order for it to work in that case, the customer would then have to also drop off their package for the courier at a later date, which we have.
Okay. And another question, how are you different from your competitors? Because I know this box service is quite widespread already.
So we've actually taken inspiration from about 2 companies. One of them is Loop, where essentially they run a similar kind of thing where they gather the used packaging in their own box and then return it. And then the other one is actually the more commercialized, like cosmetic boxes that people order for themselves, where they get like a pretty box full of like cosmetics every month or every 2 months as almost like a treat for themselves. And we've essentially wanted to combine both aspects to them. So with Loop, the one thing about Loop is that the shipping box stays as a shipping box. While with Refi, it essentially also acts as it passes the shipping box and essentially also assists with the utility of the products themselves, where it can be used for a place of storage, a place to reduce clutter, a place to sort, or even as a means to efficiently travel with all of your cosmetics in the same box.
Thank you. Do we have more questions, maybe from the audience? Well, I want to thank you. So let's give a round of applause for Refi. And we are now finished with our projects under the important topic of leave no waste behind. For all of the participants, I wish you all the luck, and I truly hope that you're going to continue with your projects and keep generating ideas how we can reduce our footprint and eventually leave no waste behind. I also hope that everyone here in the audience and also via YouTube got something useful from the presentations and really enjoyed them, and also got some ideas how to reduce their footprint or, once again, leave no waste behind. I want to remind you all that don't forget to vote for the best project in your opinion. You have the QR codes on your table, and we will randomly give a small goodie bag for one voter as well. So truly go and vote which one was your favorite, and later on we'll announce the audience favorite. And now we're gonna let the jury go and make their decision. And we're gonna hear about one TalTech related startup in the meantime. What is their story and how they are related to the topic. So don't go anywhere, but we're gonna let the jury go. And the jury have a work area next room there in the Idebank. So you can go there, and we'll meet the jury in a half an hour. But now, let's welcome to the stage an awesome startup called the Waste Locker. Give a round of applause.
Hi, we are a 5-person team called Waste Locker, and this is first up a little bit about ourselves. From my right, there is Mark Sklarov. He is working in a construction management and design company, and then to my left is Christian Variksoo, who is working in studying computer systems and robotics. And then there's me, Hendrik, who is a materials technology student. We are a team of 5, and we are united by the idea of increasing sorted waste quality. This is our main goal with our startup and everything we strive towards. So our roadmap up until now has been varied, let's say that. We have had a lot of different programs and things that we have taken a part in and had some good success in, most recently winning Prototron and getting that 20,000 euros from there for prototype development, and also taking part in Beamline Accelerator and Climathon.
So a bit about idea development, which might be especially interesting to you guys. We had a moment here to see you guys present as well, and we saw a lot of interesting ideas here. So we wanted to give you a glimpse of the life of our startup so far. We've been going for 9 months, and over that time we've iterated a lot, we've pivoted a lot, and we actually started off, the name Waste Locker comes from parcel lockers, like Omniva, DPD, and all of them have them currently. The idea was that you would put your trash inside a locker, and in that way revolutionize the entire waste management industry. Turned out to be an awful idea, never do that. Then we moved on to putting QR codes on bins, which also seemed like a great idea, until we figured out that the economies of scale just didn't work out there, and there are good reasons why waste management is done the way that it is done now. Then we looked into embedding NFC chips into trash bags to enable remote reading and automatic sorting. That turned out to be cost prohibitive. Then we looked into creating a platform to connect recyclers and specific waste producers, especially in the industrial space, where you have a lot of homogeneous waste, where the waste quality is very high, and you kind of want to directly connect those producers and recyclers. Then we did a complete 180 and looked into something completely out of left field, which is Estonia has a bottle deposit system, like many other countries, such as Sweden as well. The price per bottle is about 10 cents, the deposit. And we wanted to revolutionize that by providing a service where we would go and pick up, especially large customers such as restaurants, we would pick up their bottles, and we would take them away for them. That also, we did the maths on that, and it just didn't work out. Then we moved on to a container camera equipped sorting table that would sit next to the container. But that turned out to be also too capital intensive, because you're looking at building an entire metal table that you have to ship around the country, and it also requires space there.
And each of these ideas were not like some little ideas that we had for like an hour. These were things that we literally put like weeks of effort and prototyping into that just turned into nothing eventually.
Yeah, we were like developing Excel sheets, making business model calculations, the running costs, and then presenting those to the investors, then gaining feedback, and doing this all over again.
So yeah, really a ton of iteration, and then we finally moved on to our current idea, which is a container camera module. And this is what it looks like, and this gets retrofitted onto pre-existing containers, like you can see in the background, and then in the foreground you can see the module itself, actually. And now off to Mark to give an overview of our idea.
Yeah, so basically now we're basically going to continue with a kind of a standard pitch, but generally kind of the idea that we're trying to solve is the household waste, which is generally a black hole, and it is especially a financial black hole. So it is a black hole for the government, so because government it does not have specific statistics on waste, so the waste volumes and the contamination level. If you're not into this topic, then you might ask, like, kind of why is it important or so on. But it is actually because government spends a lot of resources and money on different services and surveys to actually find out this metric to implement the needed kind of policies and action plans to again meet the climate neutrality and other goals in this sense. And by not having this precise statistics, they are basically wasting their money. But it's also kind of a black hole for everyone else. So the waste management companies, for them, the handling of contaminated waste is very costly, especially if they do not know that there is contamination. Then for customer, he has to pay for dead mileage. Which generally comes from the fact, at least in Estonia and in a lot of other countries, that when you put something, a wrong item into a packaging container, for example, there is a banana, and the packaging container garbage truck driver comes to empty it and sees the banana, then he basically gives you a bill, and you have to get a new packaging container for general waste. And also the sorting is kind of confusing, and all in all for planet it is bad. And kind of a direct illustration, what it means is basically that municipal waste, which is not sorted waste, those storage fees are going to triple during the next year, basically. So what we provide is an education and feedback data platform, which is enabled by container module. So the container module is basically you put it into the bin, and it is retrofittable. It can be fitted to all the bins basically. And you can monitor the waste quality remotely and also the fill level. And you can gain also a lot of different other consumer behavior statistics out of this. And we implement the human in the loop AI, which is basically based on the Veriff approach. So some of the pictures, now the data that this camera module basically gets is present here. So some pictures are cropped, but basically I guess you get the idea that it detects the contamination. And this data next is sent to our platform, which basically gives you a statistical overview in the first place. So how much is the contamination status and what is the fill level and other perks And also, we give out a periodic report which identifies what is your sorting situation, and we implement also the gradual education. Now, on those pictures, there is actually one important thing to be shown. It's that how we educate. So we basically, because we see what problems people make while sorting, we can address them directly rather than indirectly, as all the organizations are trying to do now. So, and one of the biggest hurdles that we kind of managed to overcome is the fact that people put their waste into other bags, and those bags into other bags. And this is especially very hard to identify waste contamination, and also very hard to sort it on the sorting plant or station. So this is what we're tackling now, and afterwards, when we have a more better kind of understanding of what is going on there, then we can go more precisely. So it's kind of useful for everyone, which is a bad thing when you're saying it, because especially to the investors, because they want to have kind of this one certain thing that is benefiting someone. But in this case, it is actually that with a lot of scalability, you can optimize the waste logistics by 30%. You get 100% objective statistics in the source, and you can increase the secondary raw material recovery thanks to the education part. So this slide here, it did not have to be, but generally what it depicts is that we are about to unfold our operation in Kohtla-Järve, where we're going to do the waste mapping of the city. And yeah, so here are our kind of those future plans where we are striving towards. Basically, where we are trying to go the most is to conquer the Scandinavian market. So this is our goal, establishing there our operations. So and that's basically us. So yeah, you can follow us, you can ask questions, whatever you want.
And also just about the different ideas that we had. All the ideas that we initially had turned out to be really capital intensive. And this is what we've seen, like with some of the ideas that we looked at here as well, is that all of it needs some kind of really intense collaboration with someone already in the sector, or really intense capital investment into some kind of infrastructure or devices that are really like difficult, or like AI training that is really difficult and stuff like that. So this is something that going forward also we are just all the time we're trimming fat off of the idea and trying to kind of distill the idea of, okay, how do we actually get to the point we want to get to, which is basically just to have like sorted waste be clean all of the time, and also just to clean some data out of that and have like something that is sellable and actually that the investors will like and that actually someone is willing to pay for. Because a lot of the things that we kind of initially looked at were like kind of flawed in that there was like, if it would work, if someone were to give the money for it, it would work definitely. But the amount of money and the amount of investment that would be needed would be so immense that it just does not make sense. So starting at like the grassroots of just slamming a camera into a like container makes sense at this point for us. Like larger goal can be something completely different than what you're doing right now, and even what you sell to investors. But the important thing is that you actually do something that is sellable, that makes sense, but which has like a larger goal in mind, and it isn't like completely like undoable in like a normal, thinkable timeline. So this is something that we've kind of already seen here as well. So yeah, if you have any questions, we are completely open to answering them.
Do we have any questions from the audience? It seems not. Let's give a big round of applause for Waste Locker. And we want to thank you as well. Thank you for coming and talking about your great and environmentally friendly solutions. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we actually had planned one more startup Filaret here, but unfortunately, due to an emergency, they cannot come and present themselves. So we're gonna have a quick pause, and let's all meet back here at 17:35. I just wanted to say that just be patient a bit more, because the jury is still making the decision, because the competition was too fierce. So they really need to look over who's the real winner. So a little bit patience. So, everybody, can I have your attention, please? So, as you can see, the jury has made their way back to our presenting hall. And it is time for the award ceremony. So, in the category of cities, the winning project is, can we make like a bit noise as well? Winning project is Sight Vision. Uus tiimos Risto Vahenurm. Congratulations. And as you can see,
thank you.
Your prize is 650 euros, but as we're moving towards sustainability, we're not going to give those, big checks you got on TV, right? You're gonna, no check, you're gonna get it virtually, but pose for the cameraman as well. And so, congratulations to Sight Vision. And as I said before, you know, for obvious reason, and probably you have noticed today as well, what is the topic? There's no need for big checks. And in the category of energy, the winning project is, let's make some noise again. Enza AI. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. With Priska Adenike Adeoit, Mailis Org, and Tatsuki Ishikawa, Sanan Suleyamova, and Sander Cebulski. Round of applause for the guys. Good job, Enza AI. And now, the last category. In the category of consumption, the winning project is Sustainable Package Service for Grocery Stores, with members Carolina Karu, Maria Deng, Kaspar Dim, and Aurelian Hendrik. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's make another applause for them. Congratulations. And as mentioned in the beginning as well, all three category winners have now the opportunity to participate in EuroTeQathon on the 10th to 12th of June. And TalTech winners can go to Technical University of Denmark to compete against other 5 EuroTech partner universities. The trip to there is also part of the award and the prize. Of course, no cost for you. And now, let's move on to the audience favorite. So let's make some noise once more. And the audience favorite is Green Up with Ahmed Nasser, Saur Shukov, Francisco Tienda Resendes, and Rinel Pius. And you can get something for anything. Something to make your mouth sweet. Okay, congratulations, guys. And I also want to thank everyone for voting. And as I mentioned before as well, we have one small prize for one of the voters as well. And the winner from the audience is, of course, let's make some noise again. Mohamed Ashaf El Gogari. Congratulations. Where you are. Okay. Unfortunately, he's not here. Let's hope to find him later once. And we all know that it takes a lot for these events to happen. Therefore, we would like to thank some of the people who have been the most helpful. First of all, we want to thank the jury, Sven Nilling, who's the Vice-Rector for Entrepreneurship, Helen Sooväli-Sepping, who's the Vice-Rector for Green Transition, Sten Närm, chairman of the student body of the Student Union of TalTech, Kaisa Hansen, startup manager, and Ave Ungro, development manager of Skills System, and representative of TalTech partners. And let's give a round of applause for them for this hard work. According to our topic today, a thank you gift for the jury will be also coming via email, which is from Apollo. And as challenge owners and TalTech partners play an important role in the process of Collider, we would really like to thank them for the contribution and cooperation. Without companies, it wouldn't be real Collider. We are looking for more real-life challenges to solve. There's an aim to get more companies and partners involved to make it a real-life learning experience. So thank you to all the partners and companies who are involved. Tallinn Strategy Center, Tallink, Merko, Nordecon, Velement, Liven, Ülemiste City, and Rate Technologies OÜ. Let's give an applause for them as well. On behalf of all the partners and challenge owners, we made a donation for Koos Loodus Foundation as well. There will be an e-certificate from the foundation saying that they will grow multiple tree seeds in advance and plant them in the forest in some years ahead. Woo, so towards sustainability, right? A sustainable and nature-friendly gift to Estonia nature from us then. We also have Collider courses teacher we would like to really thank for this everything happening here. And thank you for developing your problem and project-based teaching, finding cooperations with companies, and supporting teams to make their learning meaningful. So thank you to academic staff involved, Ergo Pikas, Andres Eek, Peeter Ellervee, Eduard Petlenkov, Martin Pärn, Kätlin Kangur, Victoria Voronova, and Raivo Sell. As we do not have Collider without our academic staff and partners, we wouldn't have nothing without our students. So we want to thank all the students who participated in our EuroTeQ Collider project. So let's make a big, big applause for yourself as well. And now, is there maybe someone who would like to also take word and say something on their behalf? If not, maybe from the jury side, I just say that. Oh, let's give you a microphone as well.
If it's necessary. It was really hard for us. I mean, usually jury members always say that, you know, like, oh, it's so hard and that you are so good, everybody. That was actually true. So it wasn't like it came easily. All the ideas had something that was excellent, something that made them somehow stand up. And so it was really hard for us to decide, and you have all done so good work, and I'm just so, I don't know, looking forward to these ideas to actually happen. So good luck with that, all the ideas.
And maybe to clarify how we make the decisions on behalf of the jury is, there was one criteria that I personally took up as an important thing. It's the challenge itself, sustainable future. So those of you who go to Denmark, think of that. The other projects will talk a lot about carbon neutrality, carbon footprint, environmental footprint, and so on and so forth. Sustainable future was the key for the waste challenge. So if you tackle that, you were among the top 2. But congratulations, all of you, and this was only the first challenge.
Of many. Thank you. And of course, an applause. And we also have Sven.
Yeah, it seems all jury members have now a possibility to say. So indeed, it was with some of the teams it was really difficult, and I really also want to encourage others who maybe feel that okay, we didn't win, but it was in some case really close. So it really doesn't matter. You can still go on with your idea, and in real life execution matters. So the ones who execute win. Even that's life, and for the winners who go to represent TalTech, well, despite winning, you can still win. So go and execute as well. So. And then make TalTech and yourself proud. So good luck there in Denmark, right?
Okay. And now we will give word to the head of international cooperations for the closing word. So let's welcome to the stage our final speaker, Reijo Karu.
Good evening. As I understand, then I have an hour speech about the history of Project EuroTeQ. No? Then I missed something. But anyway, I'm really honored to be here and waste the last minutes of the Waste Challenge event. And to be honest, I'm not going to provide this hour-long speech about the project history, but as the Vice-Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Hendrik Voll already mentioned, the journey of EuroTeQ began in 2019. And I was one of the initiators of this project. Together with the partners from Denmark, from Netherlands, from Germany, from France, and from Czech Republic, we decided that we have to tackle the innovation of the studies. And how should we do it? One of the concepts was that we should face the challenges of real life, and not only on the perspective of today, but also from the perspective of tomorrow. And how should we do it? We should do it by co-creating different kind of ideas. And those co-creation methods are rather new, not only to TalTech, but to all the top technical universities as well. So this type of idea to make your ideas, your brains collide with each other was the way to go. And the first pilot of Collider was something that was didn't have too many expectations from the project team because we didn't know what is actually going to happen in here. But today I face that all my expectations are exceeded far. And to be honest, I'm really proud to stand here. I'm really proud that you all participated in your teamworks, and also those academics who supported your teams, and those partners who were willing to provide the challenges. This is a challenge for the university to gather such crowd together and to make this kind of event happening. And not only the event today, but the course as a Collider as a whole. And last but not least, I would also like to thank the moderator, Martin Palic. Thank you all.
So thank you, Reijo, for those closing words, and of course for praising me. I always like it. And this is now it. It is the final part. And we actually have a cake outside to celebrate as well. And I really hope that everyone enjoyed and got something useful today. So see you next time. And you are most welcome to participate in the next Colliders as well. And I hope to see everyone there again. And for last but not least, I would like to see all the winners from each category to come here to the stage, and also the jury. So the winner in energy consumption, and so yeah, the cities. So the sustainable package service for grocery stores, Enza AI, and Sight Vision. Can you please all come to the stage? And thank you, everyone.